The cube is not on camera. The cube remains aware. Oh, for a span of absence. Back into the affairs of cubes. I had started this main bus setup. And so we got basic matter, air metal, rocks, sand, bricks, glass, calcium so far. The next block of belts might want to be data cards, maybe? Part of the life cycle of the factory where you avoid all of your currently active questions by being like, let's migrate down the road and refactor the whole thing from the ground up. Version 0.0, 0.2, 0.1, 0.56, 0.8, -4, J. Will simply not contain any technical debt of the larger system. Cube cycler. Operating well enough here, although this cube cycler is currently quite crowded. Saturated. It's making an argument for the cube modules should be a little further from the cube wiggler. Though the last leg of process also left off on had we attained it yet, or was that just on the horizon, the eventual multiform cube? The ability to divide the cube. I was getting storage container upgrades and the fancy matter slab. And fill. Beginnings of module casting. Right, dimension manipulation over here. The cube is as of yet still singular. By knowing its position, we prevent it from having momentum for now. But this can change. This setup was just barely, sometimes producing scraps of blue science. Things are continuing to kind of struggle forward there. Now we have thinking fluid. Everything to do with cube management algorithms is about to become more or less elaborate. I'd at least move the construction mall. Yes, we have, again, red belt assemblers. Right, I was on the verge of getting basic motor units here set up. Well, second motor unit. Need to bring grease. Have concrete, have plumbing. Have power poles. Right, because to make stack arms, I need these. Stack arm is not made of blue arms. I can kind of obsolete the blue arm entirely. Will there be a long stack arm in the tech tree? Maybe. Long filter inserter. Is a thing. And on its own, that combination might also just be worth staying aware of. Yeah, it's rebuilding its stockpile of assemblers. Holding some flare stacks, holding a dense furnace. This is being held up by calcium backlog, as always. I need a calcium sink to really begin to flourish. Got brick furnace, I've got glass furnace. Sand is known. Should really track down the search tool that I had back in Angel Bob times. Or whatever descendant of it is currently out there in the environment. So that was very good for just pick a material, look up everything known to interact with it, and then proceed to theorycraft. It's like the main sink of calcium is eye calcium so far. The orb can be calibrated to interface with the tube. And the tube can be calibrated to interface with the cube. All shapes have these connections. Yeah, if I could get abstract production to increase, that could start to take up the bottomless excess supply of calcium, maybe. I released a lot of it as a byproduct of making metal for other things. It's also part of vehicle fuel. I had a railway network to burn that. things to do. Nice potato. Impending technology. Industrial vodka. Soon. Having modules, that all would be nice though. Those have multiplicative effects on your overall supply chain the moment you're able to get any of them in place. And let's see, the basic module casting is sophisticated matter plus the 2 tiers of circuit. Potentially doable. Things to work toward. I guess also because the bus currently is just being fed by crudely grappling on to the existing cube wiggler. Interesting. It will, yeah, I guess that's part of, they made fancier rules for clicking and dragging belts. That it keeps directionality in mind when you do that. Okay, it made this next block. Of belt. Which could become home. More circuits. The tyranny of the empty canvas. It can be anything, so for now it's nothing. Okay, I could restrict all active modules to be north of the belt. The belts themselves can sprawl south as more lanes become needed. And yes, good, that tower is out of the way. Towers can effectively span 3 sets of red belts. It's a lot of lanes to work with. Right, I also still want dimensional widgets to arrive on that belt. And for now, this... I don't have an anticipated next material to put onto that set of belts. Could finish migrating arm production. That's a fine distraction. That'll be vaguely productive. Have an existing oil plant over there that is providing... There's grease. Yes, here's a pipe elbow providing grease. If I were just to route in some fluid from over here, or water, steam. How many liquids do I really have that are engaged in the productive process so far? At the moment, it's none that live down here. A lot of the currently known fluids are only going to live inside of the oil refinery. As the thing mostly made of liquid, the oil refinery can just kind of have its own managerial culture. There. Splice that in. Deciders are matter and circuits. The ingredients are here. Just need to draw them together in the right order. Probably negotiate up a bit more floor space as well. Okay, maybe instead of sprawling up this way. Corner. Stack arm here. Deciders here. Stack filter there. Okay, no, the stack filter is made of, so just swap these. I just need to bring over basic matter. And really I should flip these around then, since this is the one that actually wants the fancy motors. In fact, these don't need to merge at all. For the purposes of this setup, you can just pass that from there to there. You can grab from there. And I just need a basic matter pass through. Yeah, split that up. Cap those off. Okay, that's good enough. Hypothetically wired up. The cube seems to be idle. Is in the oil vat waiting for wood. Wood machine is online, wood throughput is kind of low. Understandable. May as well scale that up. Head over here and collect some feral wood. I guess wood machine is something I could try to build at scale. Just over in the material synthesis zone here. Scale up throughput at the existing wood line for the moment. Machines can all be migrated at a later time. Kick that down the road to where it's more needed. So, wood throughput. 60 wood in 60 seconds. Take many of these to do the work. One belt of wood. Former site of the cube handling equipment is a fine working area. It's even next to the water main. That's the fuel delivery line for the boiler. Alright, that will help. This is likely still a bottleneck, but it has more wood to work with than it did before. Make sure that line is fully mended. Status of rare earth deposit, 85,000. One little 10 piece that has become isolated. Tiny smattering of crystals. Get you out of the ground and onto the belt. There you go. Would do a concrete delivery. Paving is a way to sink more calcium. And this gravel. 31,000 of that left. How much of it was already buffered into cubes? Zoom taking up, I need to make more blue. To make more blue, currently, he is waiting on bottled consciousness. Is waiting on thinking liquid. Still running through the prefab supply of Besselheim flasks. Going to need to make Besselheim flasks. Get the cube, sleep, and bring it over here. Cube into the replication gel. Cube take a nap in the gel. Yeah, stock up on gel. This does not take long to refill. I may as well have it try to top itself off more thoroughly. Similarly, you. That moves the ion calcium, which moves the calcium, which dislodges more of the parts of the machine. Just a bit. This fills 0.5 flask per second. Yeah, that pushes things back to red chips. Red chips are waiting on plate glass. Really? I never put a persistent glass supply up here. Right, because I didn't have a persistent glass supply until I made the new furnace down there. I was working down the original glass backlog. Clear as an orb, lodged in the firmament. Chemical plants to bottle consciousness, and assemblers make the intelligent calcium, for which these ones have long since run down their old supply, and the backlog is finally getting expended there. So another piece of the puzzle. The migration can continue. internal refactoring. Yeah, 2,000 I calcium left there pre-made. In the silo, ready to go. So just to kind of eyeball it here. Like I would need to destroy these and maybe start to pave the ocean a little bit. In due time. We'll just scope out how wide thing of greenhouses would be. This would be something I would offload toward the center. Remerge them. Their input is fluid from the outside. Yeah, quite a ways to get even one red belt worth of greenhouse. Such a thing would even be necessary. I could save vertical space by having the water pipeline be on the same wavelength internally. Yeah, that fits in just fine. That would be cluster there. Cluster there for arms. And an intermediate step for the power lines. Oh, these have water pass-through? Also convenient. I've seen the dev logs about the impending rework of fluid mechanics to dejank them. Looks promising. Where the descriptions that were put out is each contiguous block of pipe will get assembled together dynamically and treated as a single uniform mass for fluid purposes. So a pipeline like this one, you measure it at any point along its length and it would give you exactly the same fluid level measurement instead of the like cell by cell sloshing of fluid that has happened for quite a while, maybe as long as fluids have been a thing. It's a very old mechanic. Stuck waiting for ore, that ore definitely being held up by the crushers, which are held up by the eternal calcium problem. Paving helps. I just finished recalling what I wanted to allocate onto this line. Something to do probably with circuits. Circuit adjacent things. For immediate purposes, I can get like one backpack full of plate glass over to those circuit machines. Let the old equipment keep cycling while I think about how to create the new equipment. Oh, it's because I have two arms unloading the wire. They're going on to different sides of the belt anyway. There. Always circling back to fundamental questions of a main bus setup. Of, okay, which things merit having a lane on the bus versus just being assembled on site in the module that needs them. At what level of demand do you spin up a module to prefab? Bring in the dimensional widgets. Holding an odd number of belts. I've got an orphaned belt tunnel somewhere. It'll turn up eventually. Does anything else go in the Besselheim flask yet? The moment it's just for bottling consciousness, that'll likely change later. Versatile and well-known piece of laboratory equipment. The Ultra Drill. Might as well have a radar on the premises. that passive exploration, save the extensive road trip that was required to find any deep core veins. If I were to begin, do one of the things every factory must ultimately do and create scalable circuit board machines. Produces one at a time, one for one. For each belt out requires belt in of wire metal and 2 of basic matter. Or one could view that as half belt of each of these, full belt of this, to produce half belt of that. Just set up on the curb here. Wire is 4 for 1. So 7 of these fill a full belt. Or I could be looking for some, like, interweaving here. It's okay, just to briefly treat this as generic space. If I had, like, a layout like this, where there is a wire machine here and there is a circuit machine on each corner. Either like this or rotated. Metal would have to be coming in from the wide direction. accessible. The metal does need to go directly into everything. The normal matter also needs to fit in here somewhere. Okay, as much as I would love to be able to pull off one of those, maybe I could just crunch this back into a more repeatable, linear setup. Yeah, because then it's just like metal arrives at each of these. It would take some creative accounting or an extra tile of lateral space. Get, like, the wire input, the wire output of the one machine packed onto a single belt. So all that, and then the basic matter arrives on the close side. And the circuits leave via long arm. Into a central lane. Very similar to the usual fare. And then that is tileable lengthwise. And for a preliminary firing, I don't need to give it both barrels right away. Can run on one matter hookup and one metal hookup. Yeah. 4X circuit machine. And with tombs, I'll be able to condense the inventory a bit more. Try to pull in the content of more of these lines. Locate cube. Current cube status is replication gel, which needs more basic matter. Yeah, in particular, at the moment, thinking of my ability to scoop up all of this, all this ore and compress it somewhere. Need to make more Besselheims. Managed to run down the old supply. Bottle the calcium to continue the research. You guys are waiting on a green ship, and green ship is just waiting on throughput. Alright, so the old setup I had for green here was 2 and 8. So the new setup I put down there just now was already the equivalent of this. I just kind of scoop these up and add them to that setup. Scraping these up by hand for the benefit of the drones. to adjust the position of the crushed ore belt there. And the whatever this is, dimensional widget input. Slide that up here. There's space there to loop it around the end. I'll just place that again to fill in the rest of the material. And the wire belts can be sectioned off because these are supposed to be in ratio with each other. It's all only backed up because the green coming out of this machine doesn't go anywhere yet. With that established, I could then also rip this out of this setup and instead tie in an external circuit supply from beyond. That feels like the start of something. Yeah, and as I demolish more of these bits up here, that will have room to extrude. Where it's at 16 units now, so only like 2.5 more of those modules. More when, if and when blue belt becomes the norm. Retaining the services of the current cube wiggler, but migrating non-cube machinery toward the bus. I suppose we'll include the science machines and the lab complex. Cube is currently in the metal furnace, waiting for ore. Waiting for crushed ore, we'll be waiting quite a long time. Let's get you back on basic matter. Oh, but wait, the supply for the bus right now patches in off of that. Okay, leave that line running then. I can cut this. Many machines operate without directly depending on the cube. They depend on byproducts of the core cube equipment. Which, at the moment, everything that uses the cube directly is on screen. These lads, that one, and that over there. That is everything in the current setup that is directly cube powered. Personal inventory getting full up a bit. Must migrate. my very long arms. Collect some flasks. Okay, that's just the limits of how fast one sand machine can crush sand. Okay, and having an ore supply of none because I cut the ore line. That is enough to let that machine catch up. Fix that. A bit of a patch job here. Still more than 2,000, like 5,600 intelligent calcium backlog to process. Alright, calcium also goes into the research card 1 recipe, the stronger one. Natural enough place to store extra research chips. The old calcium line. Pry that out of there. Blue needs red, red needs glass and wire. That wire no longer has metal because I have cut off. No, because the furnace hasn't fired in a while. Furnace is waiting on ore, and the ore is waiting on calcium. The closed circle. Generate some more fluids. Now, having done that, the natural thing to do next door would be to create the fancier circuits. So it's 3 of these per additional wire maker, for the higher wire throughput that they want. You can move all of this plumbing as needed. The requirements are otherwise similar. Just go to your nearest local stretch of pavement. Use as a writing surface. Wire a fluid hookup. A pipeline. So we're using the same idea from here. Essentially, because these don't directly want any metal. This can also behave a little more simply. Metal can just arrive at this thing by some means. Then wire comes out of it. Make that full length for now, but I'll choose some closer position for pipe to go to. wire and the glass can live on the same belt. Glass arrives there. Metal arrives here. So we'll want to like split that out to make it more. Yeah, do a one of these with metal being delivered on the inner line. These are slow enough that their output can be handled via long arm. So combination glass and wire belt. And then beyond those, the chip belt. Six-second craft time means that long arm is fast enough to provide that service. So green up there. Tubes only need to be out this far. Then hook into each other. Probably like one block at a time for when this gets tiled vertically. Okay, they're asymmetrical in their tube layout. There's handedness to the tube. Chirality. And even just building this one block will be multiplying my potential throughput over the current setup. So that'll be enough of an initial install. Do some wiring. I'm gonna have to also plumb the other side here. I'll have to fill that gap once I move it into its eventual position over here. Low on unstable gas. At least I'll be able to like patch in the initial supply of that directly from the pilot oil refinery. A little bit of supporting equipment for the initial setup here. Make a nice split ship line. Split glass line. And split metal. Then do the wiring. Oh wait, no, red arm there. Yeah, that's workable. I just need to negotiate this. Onto the ground over here somewhere. We cut all these pipes first. Okay, this one's empty, so that makes it easy. Either empty or, like, contains only vapor. Free slime. It's quite full. It also means grease is abundant. No real worry there. Have to back this one up a little more. Like that is where our hookups emerge. There. And as part of having that set up, I can now sweep all of that into the depths from whence it came. All in due alignment with the cube. Cube handling itself has all manner of tampering and refactoring that'll need to happen. But getting these setups designed and installed and waiting for input, that's investment. The cube sees fit to give them their prophesied allocation of material. Then the throughput will flow. Red circuit machine. Do the fancier belt weaving later. That is not the input line for the circuits. Circuits go over here. Glass goes there. Then metal to there. And then a supply of unstable gas, which has not been produced in a while for want of the elbow grease tank is not over full. What is holding you up here? Lack of refined tar. For which lack of gelatinous tar. Cube needs an oil bath. Yes, the wood machine has been repaired. Cube is over here at the moment. Hey, come over here. And then I need to plumb the two sides of the operation together. There. Any red circuit production at all. And plug all those pocket circuits directly into the equipment. That gives me license to tear down these. Which then rolls into tearing down the rest of this. Trying to migrate that whole part of science production down to the bus. All the grease formerly stored in those pipes just gets to seep down into the ground. Make itself nice and comfortable. Just make a little corner load balancer for as long as that line is still an active part of the supply chain. Okay, out-of-pocket space. And the consciousness bottler is another mainline piece of equipment that'll be waiting to merge. I had the pressurized grease tank there that I guess left a... Yeah, just flip the valve on that. Send that grease back in this direction until I can find it a good home. Shove a bunch of that directly into these. This being bottlenecked by the supply of oil. The cube has moved on from the oil furnace for the moment. Held up in the metal furnace, always waiting for enough crushed rock to do the thing. But, okay. Red chip machine partially functioning. That's one more thing. Direction all this is continuing to flail toward is make blue chips. I did pry up. No, I did not pry up the blue assemblers themselves. Go do that now. I've freed up space for the bottled consciousness. Maybe the material might add up quickly. Pockets full. Back to the other side. It's an important step in the factory life cycle of becoming dissatisfied with the current machine for arbitrary reasons and packing the whole thing up, leaving behind vast swaths of empty concrete. Which in turn become the blank canvas on which future generations of the factory are drawn. green, red. And those are ingredients for making other things. I could start using the space down here. Okay, just to read ahead using the filter programming here. Well, the filters are properly limited to only what you currently know of. Combinators, I think, get to cheat. Combinators know everything. There are 6 flavors of science. Which is also the bus width I've been working with. There are 6 states of cube. Normal, sleeping, on fire, sleeping and on fire, multiform, multiform, sleeping. So over here as well. Green, red, blue. Ghost circuits. Yeah, and so while there are many additional kinds of matter. Right, there's the other uses of the Besselheim are to store other emotions. You know, in their liquid state. But I think what I can do here reasonably. This will be a layer of the bus whose job is to convey research material to the permanent lab complex that will live, like, here. And be consumer of all forms of research. Which can then be manufactured downstream over here. Just double check that there's 6 lanes there. So, one of those 6 lanes is a direct cube byproduct. That settles itself. The next of those lanes, to just kind of start manufacturing zone here, is green machine, circuits and widgets, which are lanes on the bus. Flip this around to over here. One and 6. So, full belt of circuit. Lower priority belt. Of widgets. Repeat. For throughput as needed. And take the opportunity to build these over here. They can participate in construction. Yeah, those don't really have to go anywhere else. This is the end of a line. Not carrying any research material, surprisingly. Yeah, so I can easily copy that down, as much of it as I need. Maybe add a second lane of it on the other side. Connected. And pick up fresh building material. Or recycle old building material by ripping up more of the old foundations. Although I've torn up a lot of what was already up there. It was pretty thorough. First time around. Last time around. You always need more eventually. Did I make a box maker? Now there's an oversight to correct. Thing made in the image of the cube. What, you don't want to... Do you not see the basic ingot right there? Power shortage. Fuel hasn't been made in ages. single handmade storage box. Okay, cube is currently, yeah, at the furnace. Get it over to the fuel synthesizer. Which is ready to go, so there. Get it. Needs emergency power as a fallback device necessary for cold starting the equipment. See how much uptime one cycle of fuel canisters provides. Might actually be stressing the boiler now. Yeah, Cube is back at the matter fabricator. Canned fuel does introduce the possibility of going back to having many boilers. I think as well, this demonstrates a need for an emergency revision of the cube wiggler. Or really just a... just an item on the to-do list. Take that cube. You should continue to cycle that cube. This is listening for red signal. What is generating red signal? I think that's from the old fuel management setup. Yeah, it's over here. If fuel count is under 100, send a red. Did this wire get cut at some point? Yes. That's the problem. Or more pressingly, let's just go ahead and, like, have some long towers whose job is to carry this data signal. Weird. Okay, that bodes well then. The cube wiggler only fell behind on fuel production because of a loss of communication. The boiler was in fact demanding cube time and receiving none of it. Fuel production is a two-step process of generate the gel and then synthesize the fuel. Manually toss that over there again for a bit more oil. Yeah, I'll just rig this up this way. There, so that's tileable, and we'll generate full belt at full length. And it moves things nicely over to, alright, install a new blue assembler here. It wants 3 ingredients. It has a secondary products it wants fed into it of engine and a bottle. So, working back from the outside. Here's something that will have one output. It will take 3 inputs. At a 1-to-4 ratio. I could do mixed belt of one, full belt of the other. And stage them out accordingly. Yeah, same footprint. More elaborate loading mechanism. Flip it this way. Send it under to this lane. Right away, I will put a couple of copies of this down. Just offload all the stuff in the pockets. Fits in here. Yes, so you require split entry. Probably put the red here. And then the secondary production can happen over here and channel over appropriately. Properly dispose of more pocket material. Okay, so the consciousness bottler reopening soon at a new location. And I can move the research labs themselves. I think that was the one orphan tunnel. Yes, tunnel count is even again. Do I have enough room in my pockets to cut and paste this? Might take more than one trip. Then I can rotate the whole thing around. Say that alignment, or even keep it this alignment. Or like, yeah, this and flip the directions of the belts. Some kind of arrangement can be made. Alleviate that. Let me head to the other side. And paste this so there is an image for everything to flow into. Because then the loading process is just take each pair of lanes from the science bus and combine them. Yeah. That feels like enough distance. I'll have to flip all of this stuff. replace it again manually. Right, because I'm not doing direct pass-through, I'm doing this. Which, the current last step of that, yeah, should just be open. That's the ticket. The box machine is running now, so I can get boxes on tap. Yeah, that's a nice plate of built pasta. Nothing too fancy. Practical. Sufficient. Alright, now I need to go scrape up the rest of the laboratory. $49,000 rare earth remains in the initial patch. Soup's on. Preliminary soup is on. Okay, no, not up there. Up there. Yeah, because now I need to finish wiring this together. New consciousness bottler. Get an engine maker. Could also just bring down the supply line for the tier 1 ships as well. Tombs have been finished. What can I entomb? My new storage boxes. Those are made of sophisticated matter. We have only common matter. Which, interesting that that's made directly out of the gelatinous tar. Once they are ready. Strength of 3 cubes. Okay, the mausoleum is metal and sophisticated matter. Yeah, doing that in the fluid tanks to try and be ready to make higher density storage loadouts. Capacitors might also be nice. It would at least be more responsive on the grid. Than relying on the steam tanks as energy storage on their own. Like, the raw energy stored in a full tank of steam is reasonably hefty. That is held at the mercy and whimsy of fluid mechanics. Yes. Take advantage of all of these spaces conveniently left by previous jank. To serve current jank. No need for a splitter there, they can just load the belt. Then we'll have to split this for the cards that will go into the calcium. We'll pick up the backlog of intelligent calcium. There's a lot of it. Yeah, it'll take 2 trips. Or more. So, supplementary production. This. Consciousness bottlers. I'm holding it there as a chemical plant. So. Flasks, calcium, a mixed belt will do for input. Jump that through there. Second for that. Flask making is 1 second each. So 1 flask per 2 bottlers. Fortunately, my assistant has been preparing fresh backlog of flasks for this exact occasion. Straining the ability of our sand crusher to generate enough glass. Probably make another of these. Got crusher materials on hand. Yeah, the proportions there remain convenient for tiling out chemical plants of medium power pole, plant, medium power pole. Need to bring down the thinking fluid. Then hook up the other materials. While I'm standing right here, build that other sand crusher. Okay, second full backpack of intelligent calcium. Still a lot of that left on the ground. Soon. Pipeline from the brain fluid. There we go, get all that flowing in that direction. Pair up this old pipeline. Try to roll back this pipe. Missing corner piece. There. flow is restored. Each of these wants 4 per 16, so a quarter. Yeah, 1 per 4. That's 1 per 2. I need twice this. Fresh pack of tubes. And to actually create any more chemical plants. Is there's fresh glass now, since I turned up the sand supply? These want 2 per second. Down 2 flask makers and 4 calcium infusers. Yep, so I'll be able to patch in the regular flask supply. Once all of that is worn down. And yes, sophisticated matter for the larger fluid tanks. Things to do. 2 calcium, 1 card. throughput needs aren't that high yet. I can just make this one combined belt. Fresh calcium. Now what I have to show for all of this juggling, that the raw number of machines assigned to most of the relevant materials did go up. And things are now attached to more durable sources. Yeah, you're waiting to unload. Yeah, now I need... Guess I also need the red ship supply to wake up. But then furthermore, I need to create the motor machine. Provide that missing ingredient. Finish tearing up the old gear first. Successful roast of rare metal. Cube Wiggler's continued record of adequacy. Gets things mostly right. Minimal babysitting. spacer, output line, next device, and the question of how many of it I will need to match throughput over here. Yeah, 1 in 16 by 8, or 1/2. So you are 8-second crafting time. Four of you. Screens and motors. And earths. To attach a grease line. Existing grease line is up here. And there's a lot of pre-made grease to run through. Get out of the kiln. Need you to fire more oil. Okay, the oil signal already wants quite a bit of fluid to be buffered. We want half a motor and some green circuits. hold up here. Metal shortage. As you do. Usual supply problems, ultimately tracing back to the calcium backlog. Once I can unjam this part of the machine. Alright, you also want metal. That needs to sneak in from somewhere. I think the metal tie-in will be there, and then the basic motor supply will hop under the fence. Getting that metal over here is a bit of a jog. And already, yeah, these are half per second. So really, I need these 1-to-1 with those. And an appropriate supply line. that will do for that. Then it's just common matter there. No, each of these is 1 pipe per second. Oh wait, the belt for this one isn't connected there. Yes, everything lines up now. And now, what do I need to kick the red machine? Oil. Need to turn up the gelatinous supply. The oil signal is on. He was just prone to being tied up elsewhere. Current cube status. Fuel machine? The fuel machine needs oil. So now you will be able to bottle some of that as fuel. Need to scale up the oil refinery. I need to make it the good oil refinery. Something that scales and tiles. Alright, a little bit of blue is making it. Yeah, oil byproduct is now the bottleneck. More chemical plants. Do some layout here. So the current process all occurs in regular chemical plants for now. Yes, yes. There's no separate oil refinery building. So tar, splits, refined tar, and essential oil. Tar and oil. Could be recombined into unstable gas. Greatly increased demand for tubes. Probably throw the cube into the regular matter unit as well. Since it's once again time to create refinery columns, where I will want the spacing so that I can do the plumbing involved. And then just as many of these as necessary. Feeding into and out of the relevant lines. Or, hold on, I've flipped the alignment on these pipes. Fortunately, I haven't put any fresh oil into the other one yet, so that's not a problem. Yeah, the existing one is thusly. And to keep this from getting too planned, too regular. Just a little bit of jank. Adds character. Okay, I do have a flare stack hooked up to the essential oil. But excess of that won't keep the machine from cycling. Cube. Got the metal furnace. Back in the sauna. Alright, landfill is now known. Module casting. Soon. Oh, the ability to reclaim other oils back into their base form. That'll be useful. I can sure be just in time for the eventual rebuilding of the oil refinery. Probably gonna stick with Red Belt for quite a while. For expense reasons, but it'll be good to know about Blue Belt. It'll be good to dispose of more calcium by making it think about Blue Belt. Farm supplies exist, as you'd hope. Calcium backlog still very large though. Motor machines need metal. So many moving parts. I can get them all into sync with each other, then the work will flow. There's a sizable imbalance that must needs be redressed. Sand plus stone. The stone plus other stone. Nice simple landfill recipe. It's another form of paving available. The flare stack's ability to dispose of the excess oil is a current bottleneck. I need more flare stacks. After this control valve can't just be the one. That's a little better. Power might also be a problem, because oil imbalance has made it difficult to bottle fuel. Cube is on the belt. I definitely need to make it so that the setup prioritizes buffering gas for fuel production. No, the stack at the back there isn't, yeah, that's not on the grid, it's running off of the wind turbine there. Find somewhere to scrounge up a bit of metal. Or I could just grab an entire pump unit off of a line. Trust that to flow in the right direction. That pipe isn't even attached to anything right now. That should be fine. There, prioritize buffering over here for the fuel machine. Yeah, successful metal roast. Good work, Cube. I do need you back in the oil machine. Then the oil machine will pass it off to the fuel machine. Or it usually would. Fuel signal not on currently. The fuel signal line cut again. Investigate sources of data. Okay, the fuel signal is currently not on because there is fuel in the tank. Good to have it. Current cube wiggler remains mostly up to the task. Does its best with what's available. The metal furnace isn't going to run anytime soon. Let me toss this into basic research, get a batch of those made. Right, calcium will also have to come back up here at some point. Can do a manual delivery of that. Always the harbinger of change, calcium. Further signs that the cube wiggler needs to be rebuilt. Again, and again, and again. Next migration over to this vicinity. Maybe below the research lab? Previous session, months ago, probably had the thought of next cube wiggler living out there. It's like an oil refinery, and thus a thing that I think of as living near the roots of the bus. Per cycle, you actually hunger for quite a bit of calcium when you're actually running. Possibilities. This long belt is going to create a lot of natural buffer space. Good pressure on the gas pipeline. Okay, that's because of metal shortage. But moving calcium means the rock crusher is running. Means that metal can be roasted. Soon. How much uptime are the crushers getting over here? This is them operating at full speed. I should install additional crushers. Finally working through some of the gravel backlog. The quarry is almost depleted. Excellent. Only 8,000 stone left in there. Nope. Sliver of rare metal. Alright, furnace, go. Alright, now this separation in the ore pile here, that's just because of the order that the drills work the tiles in. Proceeding smoothly. Prospecting in the near future. Rail tech is available. Someday. Wood complex. So I planned this right the first time. This should be tileable. I think I built that junction properly. Doesn't take long to start hitting millions of ore per deposit. Once I'm drawing from anything other than the original patch, it'll also be easier to like route material around the side of the base. I'll be able to tear out this line entirely and have the crusher fed from elsewhere. There, just have both flavors of wire available. calcium consumption may be up. The labs are spinning. Still gotta dissolve all of this. Take much longer to catch up on the vessel times. Red circuit is the limiter. Green circuit is the limiter. Metal supply is the limiter. Gotta spend metal to make metal. There we go. Just set those up to more effectively grind down what's left of that. Yeah. Fine return to the facility after a long absence. New equipment has hit the floor. But the old equipment has been remodeled, put to better use. Modules await. Oh, atoms are also at this tier of research, so that'll be another thing. Uranium refining also relies on the cube, but the cube definitely knows a thing or two about being indivisible. About believing oneself to be indivisible until it happens. Cube should be able to handle a lot of atoms. But the train itself uses a handful of fancy motors. Cars are just made of matter and metal. Rails are matter, metal, and rock. Yeah, straightforward stuff. New oil refinery would also help facilitate making sophisticated matter. Can get a pilot supply of that going with minimal fuss. That will let me start building advanced storage containers. Those will definitely be helpful for setting up rail yards. I could get some cube oil just to get things started again. And 48 sophisticated matter. For the large storage units. Just let that accumulate. Nothing else depends on this sand crusher anymore. That's just for the oil refinery's exclusive use. Fuel machine can now do its thing very effectively. Part of the fuel system, the sulfur machine would also want to have priority. I should create a fuel bottling module on a nice little compact board that can then be set up with its own control valves. I know people have done powerful things with these speakers. Various samples. Yes, for now. When the calcium backlog is empty, the victory horn will sound. We have horns. Yeah, that one's terrible. Beep, though. The beep. Information beep. When data occurs. Probably set that up as an alert as well. Give that a calcium icon. It's the opposite of a Helvetica scenario. There, that'll do. The beep will sound. I got a reasonably healthy backlog of n-dimensional widgets. They get gradually consumed here at the Green Research Machine. And there's enough to get a sample of the mausoleum. But also like a sample of the large storage tank. Brew up more oil for that. Okay, so it's a 3x3. So in terms of raw density of footprint, it is less stuff than its size in cubes, until you account for the fact that you need, like, ways to access all of these. Whereas if I were to say, put this on this corner, acting as calcium buffer. And then give it, oh no, not filters, regular stacks. And do that. Now this can load and unload far faster than the individual cube would have. Those would be quite good for a rail yard. Like, I'll be able to line those up one for one with cargo wagons, probably. fluid tank especially. Something that should save a lot of hassle. 3 valves on each side. 5 by 5. Eight times the capacity of one of those. So it is also denser in terms of footprint. That'll be good to replace the steam chain here with. Greatly simplify the storage of energy. And all my other fluid warehousing as well. Module is now known. First modules can be cast. Yeah, that'll be something to set up. Oh, actually, that's... same stuff here. Blow up some of that. Rattle the bones. Build the casing and then attempt to install the module software. For these, you want to start in the labs and then make your way back down, because reducing the consumption here reduces demand for everything else. Yeah, even 10% productivity. Especially getting to multiply that out across many phases. That'll add up. Okay, and the circuits are part of the frame. consumed part of this for the productivity module 1 is the advanced engine. The sophisticated matter is also part of the framing. I'm going to cut off the other stacks of lab. I can focus on having a column fully moduled up. Nah, yes, good. Flasks. Backlogged, no more. Bring in fresh flasks. Yeah, getting these automated so I can begin a large-scale rollout. And then eventual upgrade. A recall of old modules to get them recycled to higher tiers. Things to do. Okay, the grease supply successfully ran down. Let's see, what other reservoirs can I tap into? This guy. There we go, start to run that down. And once it is spent, then I can splice the main supply back in. Just run the rest of the tube for that when it is time. Okay, those are separate rolls. Kind of thought that was... I'd spotted that being the case. It's not an either-or. It's quarter chance of getting a productivity module, 75% chance of retaining an extra case for reuse. There will be need for like a carousel setup on some sort of module machine. Looking good though. The data. Cubes in the furnace. All is well.